thing. So if you see this,
Yeah.
like Tom Doherty, so that means he's won four. He's got four tour titles with one major, 14 titles with three majors, 2 titles with one major, 2 titles with 2 majors.
Do I have to hit those?
No, you don't have to.
Show you guys, so you have a sheet with all the pros.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Baker Shootout here at the Elmar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. We got a big event for you. I'm going to introduce the bowlers. They're going to come out, line up, and then we're going to start the auction. First up, hailing from Forsyth, Illinois, Mr. Tom Adcock. Tom's got 23 villages, 05 Eagle winner, 06 Peterson, 20 PBA 50 CPOY, 23 Dick Weber award winner. Tom. A big round of applause for Tom. There he is out there. Next up, Brad Angelo from Lockport, New York. Brad's got 22 Fort Myers, 25 the Villages, only 3-time winner here in Bowling Green, 20, 22, and 25. Please make welcome to Brad Angelo. Next up, Michael Clark Jr. from North Olmsted, Ohio. Mike finished second here last year, so he's on fire. Big hand for Michael Clark Jr., everyone. And next up, Dale Schluchter from Wadsworth, Ohio. He's got 10 titles. This is his 16th year here. 10 regional titles. Please make welcome Dale Schluchter. Next up, Tom Doherty from Riverview, Florida. Tom's got 1 major in 2021 World Championship, 25 Senior USBC Masters, 26 PBA 50 World Championship, 25 PBA 50, and 2-time Elias Cup winner. Please make welcome Tom Doherty. Next up, we have Bo Gergen from Stanford, Michigan. He's got including a win at the 2024 PBA 50 Regional Players Invitation, 2-time USBC Eagle winner, USBC HOF. Please make welcome for Bo Gergen. Next up from Springfield, Ohio, Mr. Mike Haggett. Mike's got 23 South Shore Open, 24 and 25 CSPOY, 1 PBA 50 RPI in Reno this past December. Please make welcome Mike Haggett. Next up from Westerville, Ohio, Mr. Dan Higgins. Dan is a 3-time Eagle winner. First senior event was last year. He finished first in the Georgian Shootout. First in the shootout, I'm sorry. Please make welcome Dan Higgins, everyone. And next up from Traverse City, Michigan, Mika Kominieni. Hey, don't laugh. I'll give it a shot. 2 times PBA Player of the Year, a few players to win the U.S. Open, Senior U.S. Open, member of the 4th Hall of Fame, won titles in over 20 countries. Please make welcome Mika Kominiemi. Next up from St. Louis, Mr. John Marsala. John's got 1 PBA 60 national title, 1 here in Bowling Green in 19, and defending champion. Please make welcome John Marsala. Next up from Paris, Texas, C.K. Moore. Shot a 300 on TV en route to first PBA title in 96. Rookie of the Year in 96 as well. A big hand for C.K. Moore. Next up from Brookville, Ohio, Ron Profit. Ron's got one PBA 60 RG title. Mr. Ron Profit, everyone. Next up from Estero, Florida, John Rokoski. John is the PBA 50 Monticello Championship at the 2023 PBA 50 WSOB, 2024 USBC Senior Master, 2025 PBA 50 Fort Myers Classic. Mr. John Rokoski, everyone. Next up from Horseheads, New York, Ryan Schaefer. Ryan's an 87 PBA. What's the ROI?
Rookie of the year.
Yeah, 87 PBA Rookie of the Year, two-time Steve Nagy Award winner, three times East Player of the Year, and 22 Tony Reyes Award winner. Ryan Schaefer, everyone. And from Northwich, New York, Sammy Ventura. He's won the PBA 60 RG title twice. Syracuse, New York, Hall of Famer, 12, 14, and 19. PBA 50 East Player of the Year and 19 Dick Weber Award. Sammy Ventura, everyone. And last but not least, from Columbia, South Carolina, Randy Weiss. Randy is the Anderson Classic last month. He won the 2024 PBA 50 Regional Players Invitational and the 24 PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. That guy is on fire. And there is your pro bowlers, everyone. A big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, it's auction time. When you're bidding, please get your hand up high so I can see you. I don't want to miss any bids, all right? And here we go. Hey, give me $1,000 to go. At $1,000, at $900, 800 where? At $800, you're going to get the first pick. Here we go, 500 where? At $500. I've got 500 right there, now 25. At 525, 500 right there, now 25 where? At $525, at 525, 550, sir, and 75 back to you, and 600, at $600, 6, would have been $600, 6 here, now 25, and 650, 650, 650 going once. At 650, you in a 650, 650 right over here, and 675. At 675. 675, 650 right there, 675. Are you in, sir? 675, now 700. I believe I would. 700, you're going to get first pick. And 725 back to you. 725. 725 going once. 725 going twice. Soda right there, $700, sir. Who do you want? Hagen. They're taking Hagen.
725 or 700.
700. I was asked for 725. And here we go again. And kick it right off at $500. At 500, right there. Now 25, 525. At 525, now 550. At 550, 75, 75, 575, 600. At 600, straight out. Now 625. And 650. At 675. At 675. Down there, what about 675? That's 675. Got you at 650 right there. 675. 675. Now 700. At 725, back to you. At 725. Down there, what about 725? Got to go at 725. Soda right there, $700. Who do you want, sir? They're taking Angelo. Keep a track of this, right?
Got it.
Here we go, up again. Give me 500 to go. At 500 where? I got 525 and 550. At 550, 75, 575, 600, 625. At 625, 650, 650, 75. At $675, 650 right there, now 75. At $675, 675, 675, 675, now 700. At $700, I believe I would go $700 one more time. At $700, 700, got to go. 700. Soda right there, $675. Who do you want? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it. Doherty, they're taking Doherty. Thank you. Here we go, auction time again. At 500 where? 500, now 25, and 50, at 550, at 550, 75, 75, 5, 75, $600, 625, at 625, 650, at 650, 75, 675, I believe I would, 675, 700, at $700, back to you, 700. Here we go again, 700, gotta go, at $700, last call. Sold it to you, 675. Who do you want, sir? And he's taking Marsala. You got it? 675. You sure on that? Good to go? Here we go. Let's kick it off again. I've got 500 right there. Now 25. At 525, 550. At 550, 75, 75, 75. Down $600, $600 here, 25. At 625, and 650, and 675. Back to you. 675. 675 back to you, $675. Sold it to you, sir, $650. Who do you want? And he's taking Mika. Guy standing up right there, yep. Here we go again. Give me 500 to go. At 500, I got 500 all the way down at the end. Now 25. At 525, 500 here. Now $25, 525. At 525, and now 550. Now 75. And 600. At 625. 625. 625. I got you at 600 and 625. Anybody else 625? Sold it to you, ma'am. $600. Who do you want? And they're taking Sammy Ventura. Here we go again. 500 to go. At 500 where? At $500. 500 all the way down to the end. Now 25. At 525. Now 550. And 575. And 600. And 625. 625. At 625. 625. 625. $650. 650. Sold it to you, $625. Who do you want, sir?
Bo Gergen.
He's taking Bo Gergen. Here we go again, 500 to go. 500, now 25. At 500 down there, now 25. $525 would have been 525. 500, now 25 would have been 525. 525. Dougie, you want in a 525? Come on, bust it out. 525. 525, all done. Sold it to you, sir. $500 all the way down. Who do you want? He say Hagen?
Yes, Michael Hagen.
Michael Hagen. All right, we still got a few bowlers out there left. It's full. 500 where? At 500 to go. At 500, now would have been 500 right there. Now 25. At $525, $525. 525 would have been $525. Where? 525. Yes, I got it. Now 550 back to you. I believe I would one more time. Are you out at 550? 550? I've got 525 down here. 550. Sold it to you right down here. $525. Who do you want, sir? I think he said Schaefer. Schaefer. He's taking Schaefer all the way down.
I think it's
Hold on, we got to find out the team here. Got it, Bill? Here we go. 500 to go where? At 500, right over there. 500, now 25. At 525, would have been 525, minute on 525. 525. Sold it right over here, $500. Who do you want, sir? Who'd he say?
Tom Adcock.
He's taking Tom Adcock. And here we go again. 500 where? At 500 to go. At 500 would have been $500 where? $500 would have been $500. At 475. At $475. At 475. 475. 450. At 450. $450. at $450. Would have been 450. Sorry. 450 at 450. 425. $400. Let's go, folks. 400. Thank you, Kyle. 400. Now 25 at 425. Would have been $425. Where? 425. Better than 425. Sold it to you. $400. Who do you get? Michael Clark. And he's taking Michael Clark. Here we go, 400 again, and 400 to go. Thank you, sir. 400, now 25. 425, 425, 425, and $425. Sold it to you, 400. Who you want? $400. And they're going to take the blue hammer shirt. Who's in the blue hammer shirt? CK Moore. Yep, raise your hand so you know where to go. Right over here. Here we go. $400 where? At 400 to go. At $400. $400 where? At 400. At 375. 375. Thank you, Johnny. 375. Now 400. At $400. 400. $400. Sold it to you, $375. Who do you want, Johnny? $375. John. Wait, right.
And he knows. And he knows that.
And they're taking round profit. Here we go, 350 to go. At 350, still got a few left. 350 to go. At $350, would have been 350 where? At 350, 350, 325. At $325. At 325, would have been 325. 325. At 325. What do we got? 3 left? 3 bowlers? At $325. 300. 300 to go. At 300 where? At 300. 300. At $300 would have been $300. 300 where? 300. 275. At 275. At 275. Ronnie, come here. 275. 250. 250 at $250. 250. We got 3 left, folks. Come on, get your hands up. Let's go. 300, 250 at $250. 250, 250, 225 at 225. Thank you, sir. 225, 250 where? At 250. At $250, whatever. 250. Sold it to you, sir. $225. Who do you want? Who do you take, Schluchter? And he's taking Schluchter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 left. The high bid.
What? It'd be lanes 13 and lane 2. So those are the 2 teams left.
We have lane 13 and lane 2 that still doesn't have a bowler. What we're going to do is these guys are going to sell for the same price. The only difference is the high bidder gets to pick. And here we go. Give me 200 to go. At $200. At $200 here, now 25 and 225. What about 225? At 225. 225. I've got 200 here. Now 225. 225. 225. Now 250. At $250. At $250. What about $250? Where? 250. Sold it your way, Dougie. 225. Who do you want? Who's that? Yeah. And the last team got the other gentleman for 225 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great time bowling tonight. This is one of the best bowling centers in the area. We also want to send a special thanks out to Bill and Yogi for hosting this event. They always do a great job for us. My name's Don Rose. Have a great time here in Bowling Green, Ohio. We hope to see you soon. Good night.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks, yo.
Okay, bowlers, as I said, dear Bill will be around to collect your entry fee and your auction money. That will be all prize money. We will be paying the top 5 teams. I think Bill's probably working on a prize list currently. We're going to give you 12 minutes of practice on your starting lane. As I said, odd lanes will move to the right, even lane will move to the left. One lane until you bowl on all 16 lanes. Make sure you're filling out your score sheet correctly. If you have any questions, please see me or Bill. And lanes are coming off practice. Good luck with ball.
All right, and with the announcements done, we are underway. All 16 PBA professionals have been auctioned to their team. We'll get an update from host proprietor Bill Wames on the prize fund for the 5 teams that will be cashing in this event this evening. Thanks, everyone, for taking some time out of your busy schedule to watch here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is the Baker Shootout, the Pro-Am for the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Midwest Central Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lundquist Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Some of you might be familiar with me from my work back in the day on Extra Frame and Flow Bowling, also some of the independent stuff I do as 10 on the Deck Productions, and along with being here for the Pro-Am tonight, we'll be streaming that Gary Schluchter Memorial from start to finish this weekend here from Almar Lanes until we crown our champion on Friday. A little unusual scheduling this year. Usually is event Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but fitting this in between the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling in Columbus and the PBA Akron Open starting on Saturday with their practice session. Gives an opportunity for these PBA 50 and PBA 60 tour players and bowlers that just come out at the regional level to come out, give it a shot, and a great prize fund this weekend. $5,000 on top. Not too bad for 2 days worth of work here in Bowling Green. So let the bowlers finish their practice while you enjoy the ambient sights and wonderful sounds of Almar Lanes. Once again, thanks to Bill and Yogi Wames for bringing this in. Once again, our 4th year here in Bowling Green for 10 on the Deck Productions.
And fourth time that we're streaming this always fun Baker Shootout. Unfortunately, with me not being from here, I'm from Wisconsin, don't know a lot of the amateurs that are bowling today, but definitely will get you introduced to all the PBA Tour players, PBA 50 Tour players that are on this Baker Shootout. And these bowlers will be bowling on the same 39-foot Mike Albee pattern that the regional event will be bowled on tomorrow and Friday. So they've had that lane pattern out here for all bowling, whether it's been open play leagues, bad bowler, fun leagues, for about 2 weeks now. So no house memory in the pattern. And these amateurs taking the challenge of the Mike Albee pattern with them, along with the money they bid for their PBA 50 professional tonight, trying to finish in the top 5. So here's your schedule for the weekend, even if you can't make it down to Elmar Lanes to watch in person this weekend for the Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lundquist Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Scheduled tomorrow morning, A Squad starts at 8 a.m. B Squad starts at 1:30. C Squad will start at 7 p.m. And then we'll cut to the top 1/3 of the field. Should be around 30 bowlers. Might be a couple of last-minute additions with the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling wrapping up with their World Championship stepladder tonight. Match play just concluded a little while ago. And those advancers will bring their 8-game pinfall totals back on Friday morning. 10 a.m., they'll bowl 4 games. Once again, a fresh application of the Albee pattern will be on the lanes, as it will be for all 3 squads on Thursday. And as the 4 games of the advances round finish up, we'll cut the field down to the top 16. 12-game pinfalls carry over. 3 games in the round of 16 gets us to our 15-game pinfall totals. The top 8 of those totals will advance for 2 additional games in the aptly named round of 8. And once we get through those 17 games, our top 4 bowlers and those 17-game pin totals, the pin totals will be dropped and the bowlers will be seated into a stepladder final. Schedule to begin about 4 p.m. on Friday, give or take, depending on pace of play, ties to be broken at the end of rounds and such, but plan on 4 p.m. for your starting time as we crown the 28th champion here at Elmar Lanes for the PBA 50 event. Once again, the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. About 3 minutes of practice remaining for these bowlers, and we'll get underway. We'll run you through the professionals that are teamed up with 4 amateur players. They're going to be bowling Baker games, so bowling as a single team game. Each bowler will take 2 frames of a standard 10-frame game. The leadoff bowler will take the first and 6th frames. The second bowler takes 2 and 7, and so on. Most teams will use the professional for the 5th and 10th, but it's not required. I remember last year they had a hot hand on one of the teams, and Tom Carter was struggling a little bit early. And once they got to the later games, Tom Carter bumped himself into the 4-9 spot. The amateur bowled the 5th and 10th, and they got themselves a nice little pay window check. Once again, top 5 teams will cash, and the PBA 50 professional gets that prize, part of the prize money as a team. So they'll split it 5 ways, and PBA Pro gets their share. So it's pretty neat that they have that for the Pro-Am. Usually PBA players or PBA 50 players just get a appearance fee for the squads they bowl, but tonight they are an integral part of the teams they are a part of, and they are going to try to help their teammates take home as much money and knock down as many pins as possible. All right, practice should be wrapped up momentarily. Can't wait to see what that prize fund's going to pay tonight. Every penny of the entry fee. The entry fee is small. The entry fee is $120 a team. But when you add in those $750 bids some of these teams put in for their PBA 50 professional to be added to their team, and all that goes in the prize fund, it's usually a couple $1,000s for the team to split for first place. So not only are these teams bidding for bowlers they really want to bowl with, have some fun with, they also want to make sure they have the competitive juices going. Because, I mean, as an amateur, how cool is it to just say, yeah, I bowled a Baker Shootout with PBA 50 World Champion on my team, Tom Doherty. First player to ever win the PBA World Championship and the PBA 50 World Championship. Tom Doherty was on my team. We won the shootout. We won a couple grand. It's a pretty good story to tell over beers in the bar after a night of bowling, no doubt about it. So practice finishing up. We'll be underway in less than a minute with competition. So for those of you watching the main feed on the Almar Lanes Facebook page or on the 10 of the Deck YouTube channel, you'll see the links in there. If, let's say, you have somebody that is bowling right now, they told you that they're starting on lane 15, you can watch them, and right now, click on one of the pair feed links. You see there's links for lanes 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and 13 through 16. If you click on that link, it'll pop up a new tab. Keep us on here in the main feed because we can give you updates, especially it's always exciting if a team's going for Baker 300. We've had that happen. Close to happening a couple of times here at Almar Lanes in these Baker shootouts. But you can watch your favorite player with the ambient audio from that pair feed through its own feed on the 10 of the Deck Productions YouTube channel. So we've got those links for you in either place. If you have questions, I'll try to check the YouTube chat and Facebook comments once or twice a game. Yeah, Andrew, I'm kind of surprised about Rando. He's had a hot hand lately. I mean, not just winning in Anderson, but pretty high up in the overall PBA 50 tour points this year, and always a threat in a PBA 50, even a kids regional in the South region when he's at home in South Carolina. So to go that late, yeah, I'd consider that a bit of a surprise. I'd agree with you on that. But some of these teams, they come in and they kind of know who they want, and they'll make the bids. I mean, we had $725 for our opening bid tonight for the team that took Dan Higgins wanted to make sure they got an Ohio bowler on their team. And a pretty darn good Ohio bowler at that. Tom Adcock with the team on lane 1. Bo Gergen's down there as well, waiting on the list of what professionals starting on what pairs. There you see Adcock. Looks like Adcock taking the is that the 5th frame for them? No, 4th frame for them. So once again, as we said, it's not required to use a PBA 50 Tour player in that 5th and 10th frame spot, but quite a few teams will do that nonetheless. Adcock's team choosing to move him up a little bit. Once again, this action is going to be fast and furious, so it's a little hard to actually give commentary while there's 16 5-player teams in the house making their way across. And they're going to move after every game, too. So a team that starts on lane 3 or on an odd number lane, they're going to move to the right after every game. A team that starts on an even number lane will move left. So they'll just simply flip-flop lanes on the pair here going into game 2, but then they'll also continue to move in that direction all the way through until they've hit every lane in the center this evening as we make our way lanes 5 through 8 now on your screen. Ron Profit, one of the pros on that pair. Mike Clark Jr. as well. I can see down there. Once again, the pros get excited about this. This is one of the Pro-Ams that everybody kind of shoots for. As it's a good chance to make a few bucks with your team. Help support them, bring them along, and keep things moving. So the PBA 50 Tour moves on from here. They're actually wrapping up in Columbus tonight with the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling at Columbus Square Bowling Palace. Jack Jurek looking to repeat, but as the number 3 seed, he's got a couple of bodies in the way. Bowlers will go from Bowling Green up to Akron. Historic AMF Riviera Lanes, the PBA 50 Akron Classic. That starts with practice on Saturday. Tournament competition Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Then they'll make the drive east to Bowl America, Woodbridge, and Bud Moore Lanes for the Bud Moore PBA 50 Players Championship. That's in Woodbridge, Virginia, and of course that great setting that Bill Moore, PBA 50 Tour member, has in his home. 2 lanes in the Moore Estate that every PBA 50 player aspires to bowl the finals on. And some big winners there the last couple of years. Pete Weber, Tom Hess. for that PBA 50 major championship. That is one bowling center you will never hear the bowlers complain about moving to for the finals. Sometimes you hear bowlers, especially like if they have the TV finals in another center for qualifying, they'll go, oh, you know, yeah, they moved to another center, didn't feel comfortable. Doesn't happen at Budmore Lanes. I guarantee you that. That's one tournament year after year that every one of the 5 players that makes that Step Ladder Finals is ecstatic to be on Budmore Lanes for that championship. Then a little farther into Virginia, PBA 50 Norfolk Classic, July 28th, 29th, and 30th. And then wrapping up the season a little earlier than normal, but I'm sure PBA 50 and 60 players won't mind because it's been a heck of a season. I mean, hey, they started back in April. And that PBA 50, Johnny Petraglia, BVL Tournament of Champions from Suburban Lanes in Morgantown, West Virginia. A great tournament named after a great champion and an overall great human being, Johnny Petraglia. John Janowitz looking to come back and defend that title August 5th through 8th. Take a look up here as Tom Doherty's team already looking to fit into the 10th frame. Doherty struck on his shot in the 5th. His team's relatively clean, just the first frame open. Double to offset it. This is a handicapped tournament, so all the players, depending on the average of the 4 team members, may receive some handicap. And obviously the PBA 50 professional bowls at a scratch number. There's Doherty. First ball, 10th frame, all 10 go. And once again, if you're joining us late, it's the same lane pattern they have here for this event that the PBA 50 players will be facing all weekend, or I should say Thursday and Friday, here in Bowling Green. The 39-foot Mike Albee pattern as Mika Koivuniemen, second ball of the 10th frame, can't get it to go. And as we said, the action is going to be fast and furious here in this Baker Shootout. Teams will simply flip-flop lanes on their pair this game, and then they'll continue moving in one direction or the other. And you can watch all the pair feeds. If you want to follow a particular PBA 50 player, if you want to follow a particular family member or friend as they move from pair to pair, we've got those pair feeds for you. Just follow the link in the description of your main feed on YouTube or in the description above the video that you're watching on Facebook. Game 2 coming up next. Taking a look at Sammy V running it out. Getting that fill ball on the 10. Good to see the full field once again tonight. The support that the community gives Bill and Yogi Wamas and their great staff here at Almar Lanes. Once again, I want to thank them personally for bringing me in for the 4th time in the last 5 years. Unfortunately, when I couldn't make it was at the PBA LBC National Championships. That was a fun event that ran for the last 3 years. Hopefully it comes back in 2027. I know once they made the announcement, unfortunately this year, that it wasn't going to be run. I know a lot of the bowlers that have been there in the past were hoping it comes back. I mean, your chance to be treated like a pro is always pretty awesome. Go through the same experience, moving lanes. You might even have your equipment checked. Track those serial numbers. Yeah, it was a great event. So hopefully we get to see it one more time. Looks like all of our bowlers are not in the second game. They're pretty close, so I think we can go say we're officially in game 2. Let's get the graphics guy working on that. Hey, graphics guy. Oh, look at that. You ask and ye shall receive. I'm going to guess tonight from the bidding that was done in the auctions. I'm going to guess 2,700 for first place. I'm going to give that a little guess there, as you see Big Michael Haggett finishing off the opening game. That team. Let's go back down to 1 through 4. We'll just keep pacing our way through the lanes in play here. We already got one team in a pretty hot hand other than that second frame open. On lane 4. Yeah, it's Bo Gergen's team. Off to a good start, but now at the washout, it's going to need to be converted. Keep them pacing with a maximum of 244. How about it, Shooter? Oh, just missed. That 10 pin on the washout attempt. If you're coming down to Almar Lanes this weekend, you got your chance at some silent auction items. Looks like they have 4 bowling balls up for grabs. So if you're looking for a new piece of equipment, you could have your chance to take home a brand new ball at a pretty affordable price. If you make your way down. Back-to-back open for Gergen's team. Slowing them down a bit. Take a run back over to 5 through 8. Yeah, we're seeing 210 needs to be converted, a washout that might need to be converted in lane 9. And fails to do so. Once again, this Albee pattern, it plays a bit tough. And this is the first time many of these PBA 50 Tour players have seen the Albee pattern this season. And they won't see it on the regular PBA 50 Tour this season. So good choice by Bill and Yogi Wamas on the pattern. Give it a little mix up, give it a little shake up from what the players normally see. And the Albee pattern in the past has played a little bit on the lower scoring side. Albee pattern, 39 feet in length, a ratio of about 2 to 1. So forces bowlers a bit to the outside of the lane. A lot of times bowlers use roughly that rule of 31. So 31 from 39 would leave 8th board as your break point. But, well, we might see players actually using a little bit further outside of a break point, playing a little straighter up the outside part of the lane. About 33 milliliters in the pattern.
Can't throw all the balls.
So players moving pairs now. So if you're following your favorite player, they might be staying on the same feed. But if they're on lane 4 moving to lane 5 or lane 9 moving to lane 8, you're going to have to change your pair feed. If you're watching that along with having our audio on here. Just taking a look around the center. Got a 235 by Dale Schluter's team. That may be the high score of game 2. As the scoring pace is definitely a little lower than what we saw last year here in the Baker Shootout. Some of the amateurs leaving some designer spares and splits they need to try to attempt to pick up on the errant shots. So teams are moving. Game 3 coming up here from Alomar Lanes. We'll give you a little audio intermission and let you enjoy beautiful sights here at Alomar Lanes. All right, we'll bounce around up the upper half of the house once again shortly. Yes, we are 1/8 of the way through our competition this evening. Mika, how you doing, sir? Good to hear.
Just you or somebody else?
Just me. No, it's always just me for these, so when I get to do them. Hey, don't forget, speaking with talking with Mika, if you need to order a gift for somebody, you're into candles. Evil Queen Candles, Mika's daughter. Great company. Candles that when you burn, you know, I hate when candles burn. My wife likes to burn candles, and sometimes you get the crappy wicks, and it puts stains in your ceiling. You're not going to get that with Evil Queen candles, and the candles smell so good. I saw some pictures, Mika, when he had a little break, since he's not old enough to bowl the PBA 60 yet. I think next year he'll be 60. Mika will be able to bowl that PBA 60 World Series of bowling. But he was home packing candles, helping with the business. So not just the bowler, Mika, the family man as well. Let's get a few shots down as bowlers, they're just moving around on the high end. So let's go back to 1 through 4. They're just underway. We'll get back to 13 through 16 in a few minutes. And one thing we'll do with you here in the main feed, if we start to see a team get hot, once we start getting some standings rolling in, we'll follow them a little bit closer. I'd like to apologize for greatly underestimating the prize fund tonight. My goodness. Let's start with 5th place, $750. So most teams between their entry fee and what they may have bid. I mean, some teams only bid $250 on their bowler. So they'll still have a little bit of a profit tonight to finish in 5th. 4th place, $1,000 for the team, or $200 per bowler. 3rd place, $1,500, $300 per bowler. 2nd place, $2,500 or $500 per bowler. But the top prize tonight, $4,200 for the team, $840 a bowler. That's better than finishing in the last place in the cashier's round for this event. If you finish in last place in the cashier's round, you're guaranteed $700 in the PBA 50 event. So you can get yourself off to a real nice start to the regional by taking home that first place prize with your teammates today if you're a PBA 50 player. All right, let's get back up on the high end here as we got some teams just getting underway. Some of the teams had to move from lane 1 to lane 16. They should be bowling it shortly. We want to make sure we give everyone a look on the main feed whenever we can. We'll start getting scoring updates about Game 8 from Bill and Yogi Wamas and their great staff here at Elmar Lanes. And we'll give you some updates as that goes along. Once we get to games 15 and 16, we'll stick with our top couple of teams and see what they're battling out to try to take home that $4,200 first place prize tonight. This program's fun. It might not be an easy one for me to call because I really don't know too many players other than the PBA 50 players. But the camaraderie these teams have with each other and the chats they get to have with some great PBA 50 players, well worth the $120 entry fee. No doubt about it. Hey, Pancha, how'd the kids do in Minneapolis today? I know you were there with the U.S. Bowling World Youth Championships. That was day one of qualifying for them. Hopefully they've advanced into a match play situation to try to get themselves on those Bowl TV finals tomorrow. Seeing quite a few two-handers out here for the amateur side of things, and not just youngsters throwing it two-handed. We've seen several players in, I'd guess, in their 40s throwing it two-handed. Of course, at the PBA 60 World Championships this week, Ricky Schluchter was giving it a heck of a run. He converted two-handed just after the pandemic, and unfortunately for Ricky, just missed on the step ladder, finished 7th. I know that step ladder is underway. We won't spoil anything here if you're double streaming us with the Bowl TV feed for that PBA 60 World Championship step ladder. We won't spoil anything for you. One thing we do know, Larry Verbal, who's had a good couple of years since turning 60. He's your number 1 seed in that step ladder. They've got a couple matches in. Verbal waiting in the wings for the winner of the semifinal match. We're going to take a quick peek down on 7 and 8 as recent winner of this event, Brett Angelo, looking to put up the second strike in the 10th frame for his team. On lane 7, CK Moore handling the anchor duties on lane 8. And Angelo, he's won a couple times in the center in a couple different patterns. And had a win earlier this summer on the PBA 50 tour. Just missed out on the title in Oklahoma at the 2026 PBA 50 Fire Lake Classic as he lost to Chris Barnes in the championship match. But definitely a variety of winners this year on the PBA 50 Tour. Take Denny Wiseman, who really only bowls the Florida events. Maybe if there's another PBA 50 Tour event in the Southeast. That's about all you see Danny nowadays. But Danny Wiseman took down the PBA 50 Villages Classic. John Janowitz, battling a finger injury, took down the PBA 50 Ballard Championship. Jason Couch, the PBA 50 Monticelli Championship. Tom Hess, the PBA 50 Petraglia Championship. And Tom Doherty beat Mika Koivuniemen for the PBA 50 World Championship. Tom Hess took down another major, 2026 Senior U.S. Open in Colorado. Parker Bowman III adds another major to his collection with the win in the the USBC Super Senior Classic. Chris Warren then at that same bowling center, Sam's Town Bowling Center in Vegas, took down the USBC Senior Masters. We mentioned Barnes' win in the Fire Lake Classic. Randy Weiss gets his first PBA 50 national title at the David Smalls Championship Lanes Classic. And Liz Johnson made some history in the greater Chicagoland area, taking home the title at the PBA 50 South Shore Classic at historic Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana. And then what a week it's been in Columbus after some time off for the players. Not a lot for the PBA 60 players. They only had a couple of days before they started the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling. Jack Jurek took down the PBA 60 Wayne Webb Championship. Pete Weber took down the PBA 60 Roth Championship, and then they are battling for that PBA 60 World Championship in Columbus right now as we speak. Hi, Mr. Schaefer. Once again, I'm making the plea. Ryan Schaefer needs to be in the Hall of Fame Veterans category. I'm not letting that go. He's done so much for the sport of bowling, one of the top 20 money winners all times. So many TV appearances, yet he doesn't make the 10 titles needed or the 5 with 2 majors for automatic admission into the PBA Hall of Fame. But, man, when you had a career like Ryan's had on the regular tour, doesn't hit as many PBA 50 tour stops as he has in the past. But it looks like he's rounding out the swing. For the last quarter of the PBA 50 tour season, and good to have Ryan here in Bowling Green. Now, one thing with Ryan Schaefer, he does not ever have a boring jersey. It's not a jersey where you go, okay, that's interesting, that's neat. No, it's it's always an amazing jersey. When he steps up next, he'll be stepping up in lane 12. We'll switch over to that pair so you can get a good look at the jersey Schaefer has on this evening. There you see Schaefer. Actually, now you see Schaefer stepping up. All the emojis on the jersey to go with a couple of rainbows. And, yeah, I said never a dull moment with a Ryan Schaefer jersey. See what we can do here. Try to convert that 2, 4, and 5. Splits the 4 or 5 nicely. A little yikes here for Doherty. Taking over the shoulder look here. See if we can get that great church. Oh, come on, Shooter. Come on, Shooter. I thought he'd have a chance there for a second. Almost got that 4-pin to crawl back out after the bounce and take the 6 down. Just a bit of a miss there for Doherty. But I'll tell you what, with the scoring pace being a little bit lower tonight, depending on what his team's receiving for handicap, they might not be in too bad a shape. See what Profit can do here on the spare. Timeless, man. That timeless style. Doesn't bowl as much out on the national tour as he used to, but you'll still see him at a lot of regional events in the central region. And especially here at Almar Lanes, because once again, for the PBA 50 regional, $5,000 will be the first place prize. Thanks to all the wonderful sponsors. And let's give you a little look at the major sponsors here for this event for 2026. Your triple platinum sponsors, of course, being UE2 with Chris and Irene Lundquist. There you see your platinum sponsors, and your gold sponsors will be going across your screen. Also, numerous silver and bronze level sponsors as well that help put up such a spectacular prize fund for a 2-day event. It's like a mini national stop here in Bowling Green every year with the names and faces of the PBA 50 tour players that are here. And boy, I mean, right now you look over the lanes, you see all those pennants, those banners over the lanes. Those are bowlers that have won titles here in the Central region. 26 banners. Above the lanes. Schaefer, there you go. Get that 10 to go late. Got a little pace of play discrepancy going right now. Looks like we got these bowlers finishing their fourth game here. So we'll get back to, actually, we'll go down to 1 and 2, 1 through 4. Once Schaefer throws the second one in the 10th here, as they are just hitting the halfway point on 1 and 2 in their fourth game. And Schaefer, that one, once again, a bit light. 2-4-5, that unique ball roll that Ryan Schaefer's had for decades. Has sometimes gotten him out of some pretty tough situations where other players weren't able to score. Schaefer's made things happen. Big Sammy V, Sammy Shammies. I'm sure he's got a few here for sale this weekend. Sammy making that last second adjustment on the approach. Hey, splash it. Come on, Sammy. Give him the business. There you go. He's pumped up. He's got his teammates fired up with him. That's a beautiful thing. Mike Clark Jr., Tom Adcock also on these pairs. Looks like Bo Gergen as well, rounding things out. So we're hitting the quarter pole here. At Almar Lanes, 1/4 of the way through. So your player movement will happen once again. If they're on lane 1 this game, they're going to make the run to the high end. To lane 16, lane 2 will go over to lane 3. As this Baker Shootout rolls on here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. Thanks for everybody that's joining us here, whether it's local to the greater Toledo area or you decide to pop in on the 10 on the deck YouTube channel. We appreciate you joining us tonight for this fun event. Once again, your first scoring update should be coming in around game 8 or so. All right, quarter of the way through. 4 games down, 12 to go. Here from Almar Lanes and the Baker Shootout for this PBA 50. Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open. So Borgergen, Tom Doherty here on lanes 5 through 8. You'll see them taking a toss or two coming up shortly for their teams, as they're already almost all the way through game 5. All right, so here we go. Actually, we got standings. Bill Wames making sure we got standings early. So the team of Tom Adcock was in the lead after 3 games, and this is interesting. In past years, it's been 620, 630 for your lead after the first 3. 580, under 200 average with the team's handicap. They're getting 14 pins a game. So we'll check in on that Adcock team. Actually, we should be seeing them on 5 and 6 here. We should see, yeah, they're on lane 5 right now, so we'll see Adcock coming up shortly. Tom Doherty, you're going to see stepping into your picture momentarily on lane 8. Doherty's team in second, even after a 166 game 3. That team catching 36 pins a game as Doherty creeps high 3, 6, 9, and 10. 576 for the first 3. Team Angelo, Brad Angelo's team at 574. Mika Koivunemi's team at 563, and Dale Shuta's team at 235 for Shuta's team. Unfortunately, game 3 was followed up by a 129. But still enough to keep Shuta's team in a current cashing spot. Once again, the top 5 teams will get paid, but $4,200 on top will go a long way for us for post-round celebration. Gergen's team, they're on lane 7. Gergen's team currently in the lower half of the field, 508 for their first 3 games. CK Moore coming off lane 6. Moore's team currently in 6th place at 552, just 8 pins outside the cash number currently. But once again, long way to go. That's the standings after 3. We'll get our next standings update after 6. Every 3 games, Bill Wames will make sure we have those scores for you. .207. Good game there by Team Doherty as they try and climb past Team Adcock. Adcock right now, that team on lane 5. Can max out at 179, but they're also receiving 14 pins of handicap, so that'd be 193. Yeah, depending on what happened game 4 on scores, we could have new leaders. We'll find out for sure once we get those 6-game scoring updates. Hey, Christopher, thanks for tuning in from New Mexico tonight. Sorry you're not here to have fun. Steve Tobolt, thanks for peeking in as well. Yeah, a little different schedule this year. This is the first time I've ever streamed a regional in the middle of the week. All of our regionals that I've streamed in the past for the PBA with 10 on the deck. Those have all been Saturdays and Sundays. So this is a little interesting for me as well. With being here on a Wednesday night, streaming this always fun Baker Shootout. Adcock open frame in the 9th, and yeah, that team's going to be falling backwards rapidly. Let's get down the lanes 1 through 4 as teams still in their 5th game. Once again, lanes 1 and lane 16 are always going to be a little bit slower because they have to flip-flop with each other, walk all the way through, make their way through the crowd here at Almar Lanes tonight. And there's a bit of a crowd for a Wednesday night. Good to see some friends out supporting friends, even if they're not on the lanes with them this evening. The beverages are flowing quite well. I do see quite a few buckets that teams are sharing of various beverages. There's a good 8 to 10 buckets out in the set here. Good to see people are enjoying themselves on a Wednesday night. It is hump day. If you get a question or comment, drop it in the comment section if you're watching on the Almar Facebook page or you're watching on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. Drop it in the chat section as well. We try to check that out every game or so. Well, one thing that always is guaranteed, even if the scoring pace isn't high, is it keeps the competition close. This is one of those events where if a team can get hot for a game or two, even a team that might be coming in and getting 30 pins of handicap a game, puts up a 200 game, then gets their 30-some pins of handicap, they can make a move in the standings.
Oh, that was a good shot.
little chat with Bill Wamez. As he goes, we do this once a year. I got to get back in the swing of things. Bill, you've done it for this is the 29th year now, so I'll have to get that champions list again. So many great players that have won here. The Brad Angelos and the John Marsalas, Parker Bone III, Mickey Hamm, who will talk to Mickey a little bit tomorrow night during C Squad and a little bit on Friday during the round of 16. Always good to get Mickey's insight on what's going on here, how he sees the players approaching this Albee pattern from his decades of experience as a PBA Tour player. And I'm sure Mickey will have some. I got a couple of questions I'm going to ask him. I got some stories. I need confirmed. I've heard about old bowling lore from when Mickey was on the tour in the 70s and 60s. I got to find out, these stories can be told on air. Come on, get that. Hit a 3-pin too thin. And can't get it to the 4 on lane 2. It's like, can you publish the biography after the person's gone away? So that kind of thing. Can you tell the story now that they're gone? I've got a couple of those. So we'll see if Mickey tells them. So once again, your first squad tomorrow morning. It's breakfast bowling tomorrow here at Almar Lanes. 8 a.m. your start time for A squad. And some of the bowlers you're going to see on A squad tomorrow include Gary Alstad, Gene Backlund, John Conroy, Mike Diaz, USBC Gold Coach, Peter Doyen Jr., Froberg, Billy Froberg, former PBA LBC National Championship Senior Division winner, Frank Guccione, Don Harrington, Jeff Johnson, great representative of Brunswick Brands when he's not bowling on the PBA 50 Tour, Steve Kenyon, Jason Lundquist, Stephen Lunsford, Dan Patterson, Tim Reagan, and Michael Zarnik, just some of the players you're going to see on A Squad. 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. B Squad starts at 1:30. Brad Angelo, former champion here on B Squad. Mark Clark Jr., who's on the Pro-Am squad tonight on B. Dale Schuta coming back for B Squad tomorrow. Bo Gergen on B Squad. Michael Haggett, B Squad. Tom Hess. PB Hall of Famer taking the lanes at 1:30 tomorrow. Tony Ivanovich, Ron Hertz, Rudy Revs, Gordon Kaufman, Mika Koivinemi, Lyle Kuhlman, Ron Profit, Corey Raktashel, Ricky Schisler, Brian Schmidt, Ryan Schaefer, Brad Snell, Dave Taylor, Sammy Ventura, Larry Verbal. Right now it's probably bowling that championship match with PBA 60 World Series. We'll see what kind of shape Verbal's in tomorrow when he hits the lanes at 1:30 Eastern. And Bill Watson, Rick Sakrychek round out some of the notables on B Squad. And then C Squad will start 7 p.m. tomorrow. And lots of big guns on C Squad as well. Speaking of Brad Angelo, let's take a look at him tossing here. 10th frame of Game 6 for for his team, looking to salvage. Game at 183, and Angelo's team currently in fifth. They're catching 6 pins a game, so tell you what, you get off a pair on this tough Albee pattern with a couple of 210 games on your handicap, you're going to be doing some moving in the standings. So 7 p.m. tomorrow night, some of these bowlers will get a rest, like Tom Adcock bowling on this Baker Shootout. Also going to see John Brockway, Eddie Bird, Mike Clark Jr., Tom Doherty, John Dudek, Warren Eels, Dr. Bill Fabian, who had his first 300 game here and almost made his way into the stepladder last year. Charles Farrell, Eddie Graham, former PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. Good to see Eddie hitting the lanes again. Dan Higgins Jr., Don Hogue, spectacular human being. Tony Johnson, Todd Chell, John Marsala, Eugene McCune, C.K. Moore, John Rakoski, John Verbich, Chris Warren, and Randy Weiss, just some of the notables you're going to see tomorrow on C-Squad. Once again, 7 p.m. Eastern, your start time for C-Squad. Then we come back Friday morning, 10 a.m. Your top 1/3 of the field after those 8 games of qualifying each block are completed. They'll bowl 4 games added on to the 8-game total from Thursday. We'll cut the field to our top 16. 3 additional games to get to the top 8. 2 additional games to get to the top 4 for the stepladder, seeded 1 through 4, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. Your scheduled start for our stepladder. Now, one thing that's really fun for these bowlers, amateurs, and honestly even for the PBA 50 pros as well, is that bowling this program in the Baker format, they don't get to bowl Baker competition very often. Some of these players, this might be the only time they see it this year. You know, a lot of these PBA 50 tour players were regular members of World Team Championship teams back in the day. I know Bo Gergen did quite well back in the day with the WTC. Late 90s, early 2000s. Some incredible team competition. It's one tournament series. I don't know if it'd ever come back to the size that it was, but I think if somebody could pull off even a 3-day event, you know, if some guys got to take off of work to get there and bowl on a Friday, Saturday, and then do finals on a Sunday. Live stream it, I think that'd be a pretty incredible event. Not too many times you can get 5-player teams. There's not too many 5-player leagues left in the country anymore, but I'm sure you can get some high-quality 5-player teams. Maybe you make it where it's a combination of you could have a PBA player and a PBA 50 player. And a regional guy and a couple amateurs. I mean, you could lay out the teams any way you wanted it. But I think it would be quite entertaining. Cover like this, start to finish. Get all the pairs covered. People can follow their favorite teams. And work your way down to a stepladder final for the top 3 teams Sunday afternoon and crown a champion. That'd be a fun event. Maybe I might have to start working on that myself. I'm sure there'd be a few people that help throw their hats in the ring. So we'll get a score update out of the tournament office shortly. I know Bill will be working those fingers pretty fast, and you'll get the scores out to us here in the booth. But we're going to take another little audio intermission. We're going to refresh our beverage. Why don't you do that as well, as you're going to be coming up on Game 7 of this Baker Shootout for the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lundquist, Progressive at Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Player movement, once again, don't forget your bowler on lane 14 right now. Your team on lane 14 will go to 15. 16 will go down to 1. Lane 15 will switch over to 14, and so on.
Little bean dip for you, Chief. I see you counting. I see you counting. I see you counting.
All right. Mike Ackley, thanks for checking in. Lucky, Ohio. Watching us here at Elmar Lanes tonight. Just entering game 7 of this Baker Shootout. We'll get you a scoring update once all of game 6s are completed. And we get that telegraphed in from the tournament office. Believe it or not, Bill Wamas knows Morse code. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it's kind of funny if you think about it. I mean, everybody knows ... dash ... is SOS. I mean, I don't know my numbers in Morse code. It's been a while. I actually remember learning that in Boy Scouts back in the day, but that's, once again, considering I'm of the age where I could be one of the PBA 50 members out here this evening. I think they were working on a little more with the technology back in the day. So we got Brad Angelo's team, Michael Haggett, Bo Gergen, and I'm looking for John Rakoski. There we go. John Rakoski is going to be the team on lane 12 this game. They'll be underway momentarily. As we've made it 3/8 of the way through competition this evening. You know, one of the neat things about today, too, is all the streams on the pairs are archived on the 10 of the Deck YouTube channel. So if you have family or friends that are bowling and they want to go back and watch the shots they threw during the Baker Shootout tonight on each pair, they can go back and do that. They just need to figure out what game, you know, where they started, how they moved, and then do a little fast forwarding or rewinding as needed. I know people have done it in the past where they've clipped their bowling out of our live streams. We appreciate when people do that. Just be sure to thank 10 on the Deck for the video footage. That's all we ask. Proper accreditation goes a long way. We're not doing this to... We do it because we love the sport. We do it because we're great fans of Bill and Yogi Wamas, let's be honest. And I've become a nice fan of the Bowling Green and Greater Toledo area over the last few years. Oh, single pin miss. Boy, it's just the Not the way you want to stop your team's momentum here in this Baker shootout. Every once in a while, sure, you're going to get the multiple pin leave that might not be converted. But those single pins, when they get away, ooh, those can be painful. Checking on Team Doherty, they were one of the teams contending for the top spot early. Pretty solid game here for that team. They're catching 36 pins a game. So right now, if Doherty can go off the sheet, get his team to 215, add 36 on top of that to get 251 with the handicap. My goodness. Oh, and he comes high. Pays full penalty. Still a solid game for that team, but not as good as it could have been. Well, we know Tom can chuck it with some speed. We saw him almost convert the Greek church earlier. Shot at the 4-7 side. Almost took the 6 out when it came off the sidewall. And he's just going to save the energy. Hook and maybe get a lucky bounce. Doesn't happen. So 191, but catching 36 pins. I think they'll still be in reasonably good shape. We'll check back in on Michael Haggett here. As Haggett's got a chance for the 7-10. We've seen a maid here at Almar Lanes. Chris Barnes converted one last year in lane 1. But that open frame is going to leave Team Haggett at 180. Let's get down to the end as, once again, our end pair is a little slow to get underway because they have to make the big walk across the 16 lanes here inside of Almar Lanes. They put the bowling in Bowling Green. Just saw the sign on the door. I know there's a Bowling Green, Kentucky, because I know there's a Corvette museum in Kentucky, at Bowling Green, Kentucky. I know Bowling Green is an area in New York City. Quite a few Bowling Green city parks across the country, but yeah. Bowling Green, Ohio, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Are the only Bowling Green city names that I know of. Taking a look here, any teams on big runs right now, and not catching anybody on that. I mean, good run right now in lane 3. I believe that's Randy Weiss's team. Yeah, Randy Weiss's team. Yeah, they started at lane 13, so that would be Weiss's team. They're catching no pins. They are bowling scratch. And they're in the bottom half of the standings early in this event. Let's see if that teammate of Weiss's can make that 1-2-4. Successfully converts. It's one of those things where there's a PBA event. I'm from the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area, for those of you not overly familiar with me. But boy, if we ever get a PBA regional or PBA 50 regional with a fun Pro-Am, we get a couple of regionals that are close to us. We've had some national events there over the last couple of years, but I'd love to run this in a Pro-Am format. It would be a blast. There's actually a tournament I do some live streaming for called the Junior Hall of Fame Tournament in Wisconsin that runs a similar format. They have 4-player teams, and they have a 5th local Hall of Famer or PBA or PWBA professional on the teams. Some of the pros that bowled the last few years: AJ Johnson, EJ Tackett, Linda Barnes, Chris Barnes, Daria Payuk. They've had quite a few named players offer their time to that event, and they give away a ton of scholarship money. It's usually around $15,000 to $16,000 total every year. They get over 100 youth bowlers in that event between the handicap and scratch divisions. Actually, pushing 150 now. And we're going to get back up to lanes 9 through 12. As you see Angelo making a toss to round out the 10th frame for his team to get to 11. Thing is, Team Gergen on the front 5, looking for the front 6. How about it? And a little light, no break. And the 210 remains, but we'll stay here with Team Gergen, as they are actually in game 8. So let's get the graphics department to get us an update here. The guys and girls in the truck on the ball tonight. For those of you that might not know the 10 on the deck production scheme, I'm your producer, director, cameraman, commentator. I'm the one and only 10 on the deck. I am $2 Phil. Glad to have you on board tonight. Glad to be bringing you all the events this weekend. Don't forget tomorrow's events and Friday's events all exclusively on the PBA YouTube channel. They've got all the streams ready to rock and roll there for us all weekend long. So hope you get a chance to watch some of the best on the PBA 50 Tour take to the lanes here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Here's your update after 6 games. Team CK Moore, your leaders at not plus, I'm sorry. We're not going to give plus and minus tonight. That would be confusing. At 13-51, they're actually in second. 1389 for Team Doherty in first. Team Moore second, 1351. Third place, Team Profit, 1294. Fourth place, Team Shuta, 1291. And fifth place, Team Koivanemi at 1243. So scoring pace picking up a little bit as these bowlers seem to be getting used to this Albee pattern. I'm sure the amateur players had a little bit of trepidation taking to the lanes on it this evening, but a little direction from their professional players. And they seem to be getting the pins to go down all 10 at a time a little bit more. These Still some open frames that need to be avoided. You see that here for Team Gergen is now after the front five, they're going open, strike, open, and now just kidding. I just hollered at James there to throw it better. The whole world just saw him stone an 8-pin. We got to give him a little fun with it. So, but still a great game going for Team Gergen, and they need it. As they were bringing up the bottom of the standings, they're only catching 4 pins a game. And they've got about 200 pins to make up on the 5th place right now if they want to have any chance to take home some of that exquisite prize fund this evening. Almost $10,000 overall in the prize fund split up tonight. $4,200 of that going home for the 5 members of our winning team. They'll split that equally, $840 a player. That's pretty good for 16 Baker games. Basically, you're throwing your 3-game series for league, the number of frames that you're bowling. What can Gergen do here? He's staring it down, and he's lucky it's just a 3-6. So a lot of work to go yet. Team Gergen. Let's get back up to the high end of the house. Lanes 13 through 16. As they are just getting underway with their 8th game. Good start for Team Koivuniemen. On lane 15 this game with a double and 8 count.
That's my TV guy. Hope you didn't put that one on, baby. I hope you didn't put that one on, baby.
Got any questions? Drop them in the chat on YouTube, the comment section on Facebook. We try to get you answers if you have any questions about the event this weekend or who may be bowling. As Dan Higgins, rare frame for Higgins. Man, it's a phenomenal spare game. And his team, only a couple weeks to go, leading the team all events at the USBC Open Championships in Reno. And if that can hold up, that would give Higgins and a couple of his teammates their 4th overall USBC Open Championships title and make them Hall of Fame eligible. After the rule change of a couple of years ago, I would have thought they would have made it off their previous performances. But glad to see Higgins and company with that chance to possibly enter the USBC Hall of Fame. And who knows, if Higgins can get enough time to commit to the PBA 50 tour with his game, I think he could be like a Tom Hess or a Ron Moore and put together a Hall of Fame career on the PBA 50 tour side of the equation and get in the PBA 50 Hall of Fame in that way. Once again, I'll plead my case for Ryan Schaefer again tomorrow, getting in the veterans category of the PBA Hall of Fame with his phenomenal tour career that spanned over parts of 3 decades. So wrapping up game 8, player movement once again. They keep moving after every game. Players you see on lane 13 will move down to lane 12. Players you see on lane 16 go down to lane 1. As we are reaching the halfway point here in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is the Baker Shootout of the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lundquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil with 10 on the Deck Productions, producing this for Almar Lanes this evening. I'll also be producing the PBA YouTube channel streams all Thursday and Friday. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Hopefully 10 on the Deck will be bringing you more PBA regional action in August. If you haven't already liked the $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck Production Facebook page where we announce upcoming events, do us a favor. Like that Facebook page, and you can follow us when we'll be streaming more PBA regional events.
And then you got big old me.
I didn't do it, man. I didn't do it.
Get me to write it down for you, Bobby. Give me a copy. I want a copy.
All right, let's check in with CK Moore. His team is leading after 6. Oh, pardon me, his team was second after 6. Tom Doherty's team leading after 6 game. We'll get you another update after the 9th game, which is the game they are currently entering. Tom Doherty should be taking the lanes on lanes 1 and 2. Or pardon me, lanes 3 and 4 momentarily. And I think CK Moore will be on. Not sure if he's on lane 5 or lane 3 right now. You see him taking a sip from his beverage. I think he's going with the Diet Pepsi this evening. And he's on the, he'll be on 1 through 4, so we should have a couple of our top 2 teams crossing each other. 1 through 4, so we'll get down there once they get underway. As we mentioned, the bowlers are going from here in Bowling Green up to Akron, historic AMF Riviera Lanes, for their next PBA 50 National Tour event starting Saturday. But this isn't the last time you'll be able to see PBA 50 bowlers.
I didn't cut on my screen, did I? Well, you told me.
As once they're done in Akron, the PBA 50 players on their way to Virginia can take advantage of the one-day regional being held at Redmond Recreation in the greater Cleveland area in Lorain, Ohio, for the PBA 50 Ohio Lottery Baldo Campana Dave DeAntremont Joe Delmonico Memorial Central Open. That's happening July 14th and 15th. Practice on the 14th, competition on the 15th. And then a big week, you're going to see a lot of PBA Tour players like E.J. Tackett, Chris Vai, Michael Davidson, Zach Tackett, Zeke Bate, Ethan Fiore, who won last year in Minster, Ohio, and many others, as that roster is starting to fill up, as there are 3 tournaments back-to-back in northwestern Ohio starting August 7th with the PBA Kremer Roofing Central Classic from Community Lanes in Minster. Then over to Delphus Recreation in Delphus, Ohio for the 2026 PBA Dave and Diane Kill Central Open. And wrapping up that stretch with the historic event in Coldwater, Ohio at Playmore Lanes, the 2026 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair. $10,000 on top for that regional in Coldwater, the highest paying regional in the country. This is the highest paying PBA 50 regional in the country, so it's amazing the support North and Northwest Ohio provides for seeing their PBA Tour and PBA 50 Tour players show up for regional action. Also that stretch with Minster, Delphos, and Coldwater will once again have the Brunswick Cup. Top points earners between those 3 events will split a $10,000 prize fund. $4,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $2,000 for third, and $1,000 for fourth for that Brunswick Cup. So once again, thanks to WCSM Radio in Salina, Ohio. For working with the bowling centers and Brunswick to help get that together. And we've got our bowlers, a couple of our top 2 teams. There you see Tom Doherty, his team in the lead after 6. Yikes, Doherty finding problems. CK Moore will be up on lane 2 shortly. CK Moore's team in second. And we'll have a 9-game scoring update for you after this game is complete. Once again, $4,200 our top team will split this evening. $2,500 for second, $1,500 for third, $1,000 for fourth, $750 for fifth. Not too bad for a team to split for just about 3 hours of bowling and 30 frames of bowling rolled during their Baker games. when you've had an event for 28 editions, going into the 29th for this year's Gary Schluchter Memorial. You get a variety of champions over the years. Some champions never to be seen again, like 1999's Dick Mustaine. Some champions you see all the time around here at Elmar Lanes with Mickey Hyam, winner in 2002. Brad Angelo, he's been on a roll here as he's won 3 of the last 6 Gary Schluchter Memorial events here at Elmar Lanes. 2020, 2022, and 2025. John Marsala has had a very good record as well, as Marsala won in 2019 and 2024. Easy to see why he was drafted early this evening as well. Now, once again, the neat thing about this tournament, when they signed up its teams of 4 and bid for that PBA 50 player for their 5th bowler, all that money from the auction goes right into the prize fund. And that's what offers $4,200 for our champions this evening.
We're over halfway through.
Bo Gergen's team just put up 252 as they were trying to make a comeback. You mentioned earlier they were in the bottom of the standings after 6. Bo's team, the only team, actually Bo's team is receiving pins. But out of our teams in the field, just one team, Team Bowling with Randy Weiss, receiving no handicap. A lot of teams like Team Koivanemi, Team Angelo, Team Higgins, Team Haggett, and Team Gergen handicap per game in the single digits. And they determine that handicap. They will take the team entering average, add them all together, and then divide that number by 4, and then base the handicap off of the difference between, I believe it's 220, and that adjusted entering average for the team. So we'll get you a scoring update after this game. And we'll stay on 1 through 4 here just because we have our top 2 teams bowling currently. There you see Doherty with a bit of a struggle again. Second ball of the 10th frame, but still. Team's going to put up a solid game. They're catching those 36 pins of handicap a game. And they are going to keep trying to stretch their lead out. C.K. Moore and his team trying to play spoiler. Just talked to Bo Gergen as he stopped by the booth. I go, nice 252 game. He goes, yeah, we were clean for the first time tonight. goes, we need a few more of those considering we were in last place after 6th. Yeah, you never know. Team gets hot, catches a couple of breaks. We'll have to see how much they've moved up with their couple of solid games they've had the last 2 games. Once the 9-game standings are out. CK Moore, one of the rare people to shoot a 300 and win a PBA Tour title on their first TV show. Back in 1996, winning the Columbia 300 Open. That was only the 11th 300 game at the time. 30 years ago. Now we're up to 36. So basically, sitting around 1 a year. I mean, number 36 this year, though, was pretty exciting. Same thing CK Moore did, but on a little bigger stage with it being a major at the PBA Players Championship, where Brandon Bonta took down EJ Tackett with a perfect 300 game. Of course, where these players will be going for their next PBA 50 Tour event. Historic AMF Riviera Lanes was the site of the first televised PBA 300 game. Jack Biondolillo rolled it during the 1967 PBA Tournament of Champions, 59 years ago. Oh, everybody's in game 10 now. Let's get the graphics truck going. Here we go, game 10. Stay here with our leader, CK Moore. His team moving down to lane 1. Opening with a spare. And unfortunately, Tom Doherty's team in lane 3 looking at a very likely open frame in the second frame. I think some of these bowlers are really starting to find their comfort level with this 39-foot Albee pattern. As we mentioned, it's 2.2 to 1 outside to in. And the big bump in the pattern is basically between 4th board and 8th board. So if you're a throw the ball up the second arrow kind of player, it can get a little interesting for a while until enough other players have maybe removed some oil till that second arrow come into play. Problem is then there's still enough oil on the outside like you see there on lane 3 for a player to get a little right and it still stays. So it's far from easy for any of these players. But glad to see everybody's challenging themselves tonight. Nobody's scared of showing up, strapping the shoes on, and taking on the same pattern that our PBA 50 players are doing all weekend. That's a bad habit to get out of. All Thursday and Friday long. We're not on a weekend on this one. Good start on lane 2. By Team Koivuniemen. Battles back after the second frame open to catch the next 3. As Mika, one of those teams flirting with the top 5 early on. CK Moore will step up first in the 5th, trying to let Tom Doherty know that their team is still close by, not just by number of lanes, but also by pinfall. 3-9 for CK Moore. Doherty, 10 down. Once again, any comments or questions, drop them in the chat on YouTube. Drop them in the comments on the Almar Facebook page. Be happy to answer those for you. We're going to let you enjoy the rest of this game with the ambient audio here inside of Almar Lanes. We'll give you that 9-game scoring update when we come back after players move pairs again. Lane 1 will make the big run all the way up to lane 16. Lane 2 will move over to lane 3. So all your left lanes go left. All your right lanes will go right this game. As we continue to roll, just 6 Baker games remaining in this Baker Shootout for the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lundquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. All right, breaking news up on lane 13. We got a chance for a 280 game here. Bowler stepping up 9th frame. Gets them all to go. And so it's going to be up to Mike Clark Jr. to try to polish off that 280 game. That team after 6 game was sitting middle of the pack. Team is catching 16 pins a game handicap, so it could be a net 296. If Clark Jr. can get them all here, oh no. Not what you wanted to see there. Still get the 256 with a conversion and all in on the fill ball, but yikes, not what you wanted to see there if you're a teammate of Mike Clark Jr. All right, let's get you up on 9 through 12 for right now. 9 and 10 already underway, 11 and 12. Should be going shortly. Let's get you your 9-game scoring update. Just got it off the wire from Bill and Yogi Wamas here. Team Doherty still your leaders. We'll check in on them again on 1 and as they're moving to 1 and 2. They're at 1931. Team Rakowski making a move. Rakowski should be on this, coming onto this pair. Or one of these pairs, either 9 and 10 or 11 and 12. They're at 1886. Team Shuda at 1873. Team Koivanemi, 1868. Now Team Moore dropped back a little bit, but they had a couple solid games. And they're catching 23 a game. They just finished at 183, so they're hanging in there. They're at 1826. Team Profit, 30 behind that at 1796. Go back another 14 pins, the Team Weiss, 1782. Another 7 pins back to Team Adcock, 1775. So there's still a whole bunch of teams in the running. I mean, right now with 7 games to go, if you're within, let's be honest, 140 pins of 5th, you might have a chance to get a check. I mean, the only team that's really out of it right now might be Team Clark Jr. and Team Haggett, but we saw Team Clark Jr. with a pretty solid game, so don't count them 100% out yet. So we'll get your next scoring update after the 12th game, so the bowlers will be on each lane of the pair they're on this game, and then we'll get you another scoring update when they move. Thanks, everyone, from joining us, or for joining us, not just from joining us, for joining us from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. The 29th edition of the Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2. Chris Lundquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency, starts tomorrow. 8 a.m. your start time for A Squad, 1:30 p.m. your start time for B Squad, 7 p.m. your start time for C Squad, all those times, of course, being in the Eastern time zone. And then Friday's competition for Advancers round for all of our cashers, that 1-in-3 ratio. Standard for PBA tournaments in effect here for this region. That'll start at 10 a.m. Eastern on Friday. Work our way through 3 rounds of competition before our stepladder is scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern for the top 4 players after 17 total games of qualifying. All right, 40-year-old bowler, you think it's top-notch now? Hey, watch it tomorrow. All the PBA 50 names you'll recognize, and a few you might not. But it's always a great event here in Bowling Green, Ohio. Filled with PBA 50 tour stars. I mean, you just look at the lineup tonight here in the Baker Shootout for the players that were up for auction. And adding a few more players coming over from the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling in Columbus. And, yeah, it's going to be a true first-class regional starting tomorrow. All right, let's see what Tom Adcock can do here. As we mentioned, his team, one of the ones on the outside looking in, he's looking to stop the bleeding on lane 11 as his team's got back-to-back single pin misses. What do you think, Tom? I think you got to like 10 back. Let's check in on Tom Doherty. Our leaders after 9, looking to set up the 10th frame, and once again, he's got a lot of different ways he's getting 9 right now for his team. He's picking up the spares. I mean, once again, his team's going to be in the 190s. His team's catching 36 pins of handicap. So when you're throwing net 220s out there, it's not a bad thing in this event. You're not giving up much to the field. It's not like we're seeing 230s, 240s, 250s out there game in, game out. 220s, scratch, are solid games for teams right now. We've seen one game in the 250s, a few games in the 230s. Let's take a look at what we got through 9 here. Let me find the number of games scratched where teams are above 230. I see 4 of them, pardon me, total. 230 or better, scratch. And 3 of those were in game 9. So Bill's been nice enough to include the field average each game, and it's gone up. Game 1 was the low at 171.3, and it's gone up pretty much every game. Game 9 was 192, so they were averaging 20 pins different as a field. in 9 Baker games. So it just goes to show you, the amateurs may have been pushing a little bit, may not have been making the right reads with their bowling balls. There may have been, a few things where they just didn't feel comfortable. Let's be honest. It's never easy getting comfortable on the lanes. Oh, is that Sammy Shammies? Hey, there we go, Sammy Shammies. Knew you'd have a few with him tonight. Check him out on Sammy Ventura's Facebook page. I think there's a Sammy Shammies page. Let me see here.
Talk to him on the air a little bit.
Yeah, I think you should use the red. You should use the red one tomorrow. Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I use the red pink one.
Yeah.
It's a storm on it.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Those are looking. Oh.
Which color do you like?
Red.
Yeah, get it out.
Oh hey, thanks, Sammy. Yeah, they're available. It looks like quite a few pro shops. I like the square shape. I'm not a fan of the round chamois. It just seems that you get it in a corner of your hand, it just doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, I haven't used it, personally in a while. I mean, I haven't bowled in a bit. It's the when chamois first started coming out, that's when I started trying them, and I was never a fan of the round ones. I do like the square ones. Yeah, it looks like Sammy's done some custom work. So yeah, check out Sam Ventura's Facebook page. Get your information at Sammy Shammies. And it looks like Sammy's signing one right now. So I mentioned a little earlier about the Junior Hall of Fame tournament. I think we will donate that. So hopefully a young competitor will get that, or another competitor might bid on an auction. We'll have to see how it's used at the tournament. Sammy's always, he was one of the first guys when I started live streaming with Extra Frame in the PBA back in 2014. My goodness, it's been that long. My 13th season of streaming PBA regional stuff. Thanks, Sammy. Appreciate that. That'll get this might not get donated. We'll work on getting some stuff for Junior Hall of Fame. This one might just stay in the booth. This might be a booth chamois. I've yet to have a booth chamois, and I think I need a booth chamois. It'd be great for taking not that bowlers kick up rosin or anything while they're beating it on their bowling balls or tossing it in their hands and such. But I think that Sammy chamois is going to be a booth chamois. It'll help clean up some of the laptops and such. I think we're getting into game 12 here. So graphics department kicks it over. Where can we bounce around here to? We were up at 9 and 10 for a little bit. Trying to see. It's going 5 to 8 for a little bit here. As some teams more than halfway through. Got a comment or a question? Once again, more than happy to answer them for you. Put them in the comments on Facebook, the chat on YouTube. Chris Beats, if you're still watching, hopefully you're having a nice night in New Mexico. I heard it's supposed to get pretty starchy there over the next couple of days. Saw Vegas is supposed to get to over 110 for the first time this summer. There were some days last week where Wisconsin, Ohio, Michigan, it was warmer there than it was in Las Vegas, just on the temperature, and then include the 6,000% humidity we were all going through, and yeah, it was not fun. Well, we got a front four here. Hold on a second. And lane 10. Let's get over to waiting to see Sammy Ventura talking it over. I think that Sammy is going to be stepping up with his team. Ventura's team mid-pack after 9. Yeah, they're waiting on, looks like we got a little issue here with needing to recover some bowling balls. Nate, manager here at Almar Lane, is going to be taking care of that. So let's get back to 5 through 8. We'll get back when Sammy's stepping up shortly. Team Clark with the front 3 right next door in lane 11. So there's some strikes starting to be thrown out here as the field gets a little more comfortable on this 39-foot Albee pattern. Once again, Bill and Yogi don't do this by themselves. I mean, they have some great support from the community. They have some great support for some wonderful sponsors. Let's bring them on the screen right now. Also want to mention some of the silver sponsors for this event. As you see, our platinum, triple platinum, and gold sponsors scroll across your screen. Silver sponsors include A&S Asphalt, ASD Remodeling with Adam DeSaver, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strike Force, O's Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wow Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. Thanks for being silver sponsors. And once again, thanks to all of our triple platinum, platinum, and gold sponsors here for the Gary Schluchter Memorial. Once again, this 29th edition of this great event. All right, let's get back. And unfortunately, the strings ended for Sportsman's Taxidermy. Yeah, Team Ventura, but still a chance for 278. As you see, 610 looking to be converted. They both go. And we could be looking at our highest game of the night so far as scores continue to slowly climb throughout the night. Yeah.
World's worst bowler. Check it out, baby.
Just as the bowlers are switching around, just had a nice little chat with Bill Wamas. He's got to get back in the office, get our 12-game totals run out. But found out tonight that we bumped a full house of Bad Bowler Party League people. Thanks to them for taking the night off. I'm sure a couple of them are in the field this evening. But, yeah, it's such a fun program when centers do these short summer leagues with Bad Bowler leagues or 9-pin tap leagues where you can just come out and have a little fun with it. Have a couple of beverages of your choice. Have a nice meal or a snack. I haven't had the pizza here yet this year, but good pizza here at Almar. I'm going to have to grab one of those during the break between A and B squad tomorrow probably. Once again, your A squad tomorrow morning on the PBA YouTube channel. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. All the competition after tonight for the Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. All on PBA YouTube. No charge to you. No subscription needed. But if you haven't already subscribed to PBA YouTube, do so. Leave your notifications on, and then you'll see when we go live all Thursday and Friday long. So that way you can get work done in quotations on a Wednesday. Thursday or Friday. Well, then again, you're not. Most of you aren't at work now. Some of you might be watching. You second shifters or third shifters getting ready to work. Not going to leave you out. So there's new Bad Bowler Party League starting here at Almar Lanes. For those of you in the Bowling Green area that are watching us on YouTube or the Almar Facebook page. Tuesdays start for 7 weeks on July 21st. Wednesdays will start next week, Wednesday. And Thursdays will start July 16th for 6 sessions. For $15 a week, your team of 4 bad bowlers, $15 per person, $60 per team, not only get your bowling in 9-pin tap format, but you also get a weekly team pizza and a pitcher of domestic draft beer or pop. So a great value for $60 a week for your team, $15 per bowler. Give them a call here at Almar Lanes. 419-352-4637. Or drop them a message through Facebook Messenger, and they can get you signed up for any of those 3 Bad Bowler Fun Leagues starting shortly for the second half of the summer. And you can be a good bowler and still be in a Bad Bowler League. You just got to have fun with the bad bowlers. You can't be all pouty and everything if you don't get 300 9-pin tap every game you bowl. I had some fun times quite a few years back in a summer 9-pin tap league with some friends that really weren't bowlers. I'd bring one ball every week. It would be a different ball every week. I'd rotate through like 5 bowling balls. No spare ball. Old pair of shoes. Didn't feel guilty having fun. And neither should you if you join that Bad Bowler Party League here at Almar Lanes. So let's take a peek in on the high end with our leader, Team Doherty, lane 16. They were our leaders after 9. We'll have the 12-game update coming out of the tournament office momentarily. Team Dory Lane 16, a little bit of a struggle right now. Yet the double and 2 opens on the board, looking to avoid a third here in the 7th frame. And there's successful spare conversion. They can get to 2-0 this game. Once again, this team does receive 36 pins of handicap a game. So even if they only get marks the rest of the way through, getting the 170s, add that handicap in, you got yourself a net 200 or so. And net 200 right now isn't too bad. You're not losing a lot to the field. And you're making it tough for those teams behind you to catch up. Hi, John Marsala. Are we having fun yet?
Always have fun in this.
That's right. Yeah, this is an absolute blast. How's your team doing so far? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Their pro's not bowling very good. I don't know who he is. He's struggling as well.
The Albee parents getting a little tough and skittish here and there.
Yeah, well, I think I'm in the wrong part of the lane, but I don't know where to go.
Okay.
I haven't figured out what ball to read the lane from.
All right. Well, hey, 2-time winner in this building in the last decade. So, I mean, you got to feel good going into, it's got to give you a little confidence going into tomorrow, even with a rough night tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
One of my favorite tournaments for sure. Since I've won it twice, obviously, it does make it I'm a little more confident every time.
yeah, absolutely.
See what happens.
Yeah, just keep plugging along, have some fun.
Keep working away. See, hopefully I can find something. I'll be watching them all.
Yeah, what squad, Jan?
See.
B squad, so you get a little rest. That's good.
Rest, like everybody else.
Yeah, 8 a.m.'s good. Yeah, the alarm's gonna go off pretty early in my hotel room tomorrow morning with having to be back here for A squad. So I'll be imbibing in a single beverage with Bill before I leave tonight. I can't afford any more than that. All right, teams wrapping up game 13, getting into game 14 shortly. Scores kind of leveling out. Not seeing big 200s on the board. See a couple of baby 200 possibilities. As Doherty can't get the 10 to fall again. So that team, as we mentioned, stay clean. Get around 170, get that 36 pins of handicap. Net 200, keep yourself in or near that lead. So teams will be flip-flopping on their pairs. We'll go take a peek in. Back down. In the middle of the house shortly. Checking here with Mika Koivunieme's team. They were one of the teams in the top 5 after 9 games. Ooh, I think we're going to have our 12-game update coming across the desk here in a couple of moments. There we go. 12 games in the books on the official records. Obviously, 13 just finishing up. So here we go. Doherty's team holds the lead after 12 by just 40 pins, 25.99. Team Koivuniemi in second, plus 25.59. So we'll bounce back between Doherty on 15 and Koivuniemi on lane 6. CK Moore, his team in third, 24.85, just 8 pins behind that. In fourth, Team Rakowski. And just 8 pins behind Team Rakowski is Team Shuda, 24.69. Bit of a gap opening up. We talked to Sammy V a little while ago. Good stuff. His team just finished at 192 in game 14. They're catching 28 pins a game, so it's going to be a net 220 for them. In game 13, pardon me. So they might have a chance, even though they're at 24.01, 68 pins behind fifth place. Boy, they have another quality game, and they can work their way into that top 5. Team Adcock, 23.94. Team Angelo, 23.57. Team Gergen, 23.53. Don't count those teams out yet. The hot last 4 games, and they can find themselves vaulting up into that top 5. Average game 12 dropped off a little bit. We mentioned how there were 3 games 230 or better. Game 9. And we've been falling off since. Just 3 games of 230 or better over games 10, 11, and 12. So that field average dropping back a little bit as we get those teams battling for almost $10,000 in prize money tonight. $4,200 will be going to our championship team tonight. Dale Schutter stepping up fifth frame. He's the team who's sitting in 5th place right now. And Schutter packs all 10 back. I think Doherty's giving Mika a little trash talk from halfway across the house here. Since they're sitting 1-2 in the standings. Oh, yeah. Tom's going down. I think Tom's going down. He's going for the soda. I thought he was going to go down and give Mika a little grief. But the matchup from the PBA 50 World Championships this year that Doherty came out on top of. Top two team captains tonight. Here's Mika looking to finish up. Trying to get his team to 204 scratch. That team only catching 9 pins of handicap. Steps it out like he doesn't like it, but manages to trip the 4. So they get the 204. We'll get in on Doherty's team for their 10th frame. Team Doherty on lane 15, they're at 124 and an open in the 7th. But then again, as we mentioned, they catch that 36 pins a game for their team's handicap. And don't count Team CK Moore out of it yet, as they're pulling this game on lane 13. Yikes, Mika. Oh, he got that one to come back, so he'll be in the 2-0s. Let's get up on the high end here. You see 7-pin standing on lane 15 for Team Doherty. CK Moore just left the 6-pin going a little high. But they are 114 pins behind Team Doherty after 12, so a lot of work to do for Team CK Moore. Big foundation frame here for Team Doherty. Mika's fill ball, 203. So net 212. So even if Team Doherty can just get marks these last couple of frames, and yikes, light hit leaves the 8-10. They can still get to 181 here with single pin on the count, and then Doherty striking out, add 36 to that. Be 217, and they would still gain a couple of pins on Team Koivuniemen. So big shots here coming up for Doherty. You've got your player movement. For your last 2 games, they're going to visit their last pairs of the evening here for this Baker Shootout. What do you think, TD? A little light. Leaves 2-8, so it's going to be an interesting last 2 games. Who's going to take home the Baker Shootout title and the $4,200 first place prize here at Almar Lanes? We'll find out after team movement. Team Doherty will finish on lanes 14, then 13. Team Koivuniemen will finish on lane 7, then lane 8. So we'll keep an eye on those 2 teams after they move lanes. 2 games remaining here in the Baker Shootout. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on the Almar Facebook page and on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. All right, bowlers will be moving shortly. We will stick with our coverage here. We'll bounce back between Team Doherty. They're going to be moving over to lane 14. Team at Koivuniemen going to be moving to lane 7. As those are your top two teams after 12 games. And they're going to be pretty close in battle. Coming through to the finish. Let's start down on Team Koivuniemen as they are underway on lane 7. Early strike, Team Koivuniemen first frame. Here's the thing. I bet you a majority of the people bowling in this Baker Shootout probably haven't bowled in a one-day tournament with $800 a player on first place team, over $4,000, $4,200 to be exact, and to try to help, keep that pressure down when you're making your shot. Ask any bowler that's bowled in Baker situations. The pressure in a Baker match or a Baker team game is a bit different than when you're out there taking care of business on your own, or even just a standard 5-player team game where you're bowling all 10 frames. Things can go wrong so quickly for a team in a Baker game and really take momentum away, as you see there. You mentioned that momentum. Team Gerdeman needs to bounce back after a second frame open. Meanwhile, we'll get up to Team Doherty momentarily as they've started spare strike in their first 2 frames. Bounce back by Team Koivu. Here you see the 3 bowler for Team Doherty. Looking to catch the break. Oh. No pressure. This is only on camera worldwide. So. Yeah, no pressure. We only have you on Facebook, YouTube, for tens of viewers. There's got to be more people in the center that got to. I mean, they're going for first place money. It's $840 a player. They're going to cash. He's just got to use some of that cash to buy a round of drinks if he misses this. It's easy. What do you think? There you go, all over it. Team Koivu now in a 3-bagger. Let's get back down there as Mika just struck in the 5th frame. And don't ever say nobody misses a 5-pin. We actually had a USBC Hall of Famer miss a 5-pin on one of our local live stream sweepers in Milwaukee last summer. And he paid up. Nobody thought a Hall of Famer would miss a 5-pin. I had my hand up. I got my beverage. I was a happy man. So the string ends at 3 for Team Koivu. We'll check back in on Team Doherty momentarily as Tom will be stepping up on an open frame in the 4th for his team. Single pin here for Team Koivu, so they should be in relatively good shape as they're trying to whittle away into that current deficit. Good cover there. Over to Doherty. Looking to stop the bleeding. Right now, 1 open every 5 frames for that team. If they can get it back with a double or 2, isn't bad with the 36 pins of handicap that team's receiving with Doherty. Team Koivu only getting 9 pins. I mean, so there you go. 27 pins different in the game. That's basically, Team Koivu got to get a 3-bagger where Team Doherty can get away with strike, spare, strike on that same pace. And a big double there. For Team Doherty. Meanwhile, Team Koivu looking at a 2-4-7 combo. And I wouldn't want to shoot this on the chopped up Albie pattern, even on the left side. There's been quite a few lefties in the field. And that's what we talked about. It's been tracked out a little bit near second arrow, and all of a sudden you get it to go a little to the right. And the open frame results back up to Team Doherty. Multi-pin spare as there was a whiff of the head pin. That might need some help to get all the way across. Oh, it got all the way across. Wow. I thought it was going to need some help to get across. Not sure if the bowler just tried to fit it a little bit there and slow down on his speed, but yikes. Koivu stepping up first in the 9th frame, working on an 8th frame strike. Tenpin says no. And a big break there, leaving just the 4-7. So we'll stick with Team Koivu getting into the 10th frame. We'll get back up to Team Doherty. So Mika looking to put 203 scratch on the board, 212 with the handicap. Let's get back up for the 9th frame for Team Doherty before Mika throws. Mixer strike takes them all down. And Team Koivu may lose ground here, even with putting 200 scratch on the board. It may take the game of everyone's lifetime for Team Koivu to get the comeback win over Team Doherty, but we've seen Tom step up quite a few times tonight already in the 10th frame and just get single pinned to death. Swisher 7s, weak 10s, wrap 10s. Shot of the night here for Doherty to get this first one in the 10th and really help his momentum with his team. What do you think, TD? Goes high, leaves a 6-pin. Mika makes it happen. Thing is, with Doherty, though, if he gets the spare and count, they still gain pins on Team Koivu with the handicap differential. So Doherty with the cover, 181 and 36 is 217. 203 and 9 for Team Koivu is 212. Make it 211 net Team Koivu. So once again, Team Doherty's tournament to lose with one single game of Baker remaining. And Doherty gets the 181. They're going to gain a few more pins. It's going to be on to our 16th and final game momentarily after the team switch lanes on their pair. Team Koivu going to lane 8. Team Doherty going to lane 13. And Tom Adcock hopping one out. As they were on the outside looking in after 9, or probably after 12. Weiss trying to get a big finish for his team here in game 15. Pocket 7-10. Absolutely brutal. He's going to try to get a bounce. Now he got a little tease. That's all he got.
I moved left off the trip forward, and that's what I get for it. Oh well.
All right, let's get our final Baker game underway. It's Team Doherty's. Tournament to lose. It's going to take a huge game from Team Koivuniemen. Pass things up, and there's the start for Team Doherty. 10 back flush. Team Koivuniemen on lane 8 started with a strike as well. But they're going to have to put 8 or 9 of them in a row, I think, to put pressure on Team Doherty. But you can't get a 3-bagger without the second one. That's not going to happen. Oh, big gaping hole in the rack for Team Koivuniemen. What do you think, Team Doherty? A break there, leaving just 6-10. Once again, these amateur players, not in a normal situation, not bowling on a house pattern, bowling for $800+ per person on their team. It can make second thoughts happen while they're stepping on the approach here in this final Baker game. You see it right there. I mean, that's just, not to pick on him, but that's just pressure coming down on a bowler. Back to Team Koivuniemen, third frame, lane 8. And they respond with a strike. Can Team Doherty do the same on lane 13? No, they cannot, and it's a vicious split. No roll on the 2 for Team Koivuniemen. I mean, right now the key for Team Doherty is just getting slashes on the board. Strikes aren't even huge for them right now. Fill frames and Keymore. His team still competing for a top 5 spot. CK right next door on lane 12. He's got a good look to see what's going on between all our players in the top 2. Looks like we're going to have Team Doherty throw first. 2-4-10 conversion attempt. Got the count. And Last thing you want to see is a teammate miss a single pin right now, and that does not happen for Team Koivuniemen. It's interesting with Koivuniemen and Doherty because they're not forcing themselves on their teammates about, settling down or doing things of that nature. It's just, a little bit of advice here, a little bit of advice there. They don't want to put the extra pressure on their teammates. Over to Koivuniemen. Beverage frame. Mika likes it, and you see why. Never give up. You see Doherty coming in your picture, left side of your screen. Looking to give the team something to build on second half of this final game. And he does. Back down, Team Koivuniemen looking to put their first double of this game on the board. Oh, it doesn't happen. Comes high, lucky to break it up, leave just a 3-pin. Team Doherty double, not quite. Six takes a nap. Once again right now, as we said, slashes for Team Doherty, not a bad thing. Especially because Team Koivuniemen can't put a double on the board themselves. It's basically the point of mandatory strike mode now for Team Koivuniemen, just off the rough estimate of scores since game 12 running through my brain. Let's make sure the 3-pin can be converted. It does so for Team Koivuniemen. The 10-pin for Team Doherty in the 6th frame was missed. Let's get back to Team Doherty, lane 13. There you see the 2-7 player stepping in. A little better effort than last time. It still crosses over. Gets the break. He's going to be shooting at that same 610 he just shot at. And missed by a mile in the 2nd frame. Yeah, you said mandatory strike mode for Team Koivuniemen. It starts right here in the 7th frame. They can still get 228. Only 9 sticks to handicap. Is it going to hold on? Yes, it does. Biggest spare of the night for that young man. Team Koivuniemen put their first double of the game on the board. Back to Team Doherty. 8th frame. Mark here would be huge. Best mark of all is 10. Foundation frame, Team Koivuniemen, and the week 10. That could be it for that team. They might be looking at a 2nd place finish. Especially if Team Doherty can get a double here in the 9th frame. Piling a double on and just a mark out of Doherty in the 10th, I think would be a sure lock. We'll get back to Team Koivuniemen. 10-pin attempt covered foundation frame. Here's the foundation frame for Team Doherty. What do you think? I think you got to like it, and that's pretty much Lockjaws on the $4,200. An auction well invested in by that team. And like I said, fully unofficial as Mika 4-pinned the first ball of the 10th frame. And Tom Doherty finishing things off for his team, looking like $4,200 as the string keeps going. You'll see Tom Doherty tomorrow night on C Squad starting at 7 p.m. You'll see Mika Koivuniemen on B Squad, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be starting your day off bright and early here with some breakfast bowling on a Thursday from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. Remember, everything the rest of the weekend is only streamed to the PBA YouTube channel, but it is free to view. If you haven't already subscribed to the PBA on YouTube, what are you waiting for? Do that. You'll see when we go live all weekend long. You'll also get notified whenever special videos. Now that the PBA Tour season is basically over, and also replays of all PBA 50 national tour stops added to PBA YouTube on a weekly basis. So thanks everyone for joining us from Almar Lanes, your champion, Team Doherty. And we'll see you on PBA YouTube tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we had a lot of fun tonight here at Almar Lanes. We're going to have some great competition coming up tomorrow and Friday here for the PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lundquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.